The Rules Committee will come to order. We're here to hear testimony on the updated HEROES Act. I want to welcome Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger. I'm going to submit my opening statement for the record. I think I have post-traumatic stress from watching Trump's debate performance last night, so I need to contain myself here. So anyway, looking forward to the testimony. I will now yield to Mr. Cole for any opening remarks that he may have.
It's probably better off if that was muted, Mr. Chairman, but it was an interesting debate, and maybe we can watch the next one together. I think we would probably enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing is on Senate Amendment to H.R. 925, the second partisan coronavirus package the majority has asked us to consider. Not to be content with the $3.4 trillion package the House passed in May, the majority has now asked us to consider a separate $2.4 trillion stimulus bill. Since the bill, like H.R. 6800 in May, was drafted with only Democratic input, it will undoubtedly share the same fate of that bill. It will not pass the Senate, it will not be signed into law, and as such, it's yet another pointless messaging exercise from a Congress full of pointless messaging exercise. Speaker Pelosi herself called this bill a, quote, rhetorical argument, unquote, just this past Sunday. At the same time, when so many Americans are truly suffering, I confess I do not understand why the majority has not been willing to meet Republicans in the middle to pass a bipartisan bill. There's an appetite on both sides for action, and there are things that both sides can agree on, like extending the Paycheck Protection Program and providing more funds for testing and surveillance and additional monies to assist in the opening of schools. Yet it's been Democrats in both houses of Congress who've continually blocked bipartisan action. Democrats in the House have blocked Republicans from bringing up bills to extend the PPP program. In the Senate have repeatedly blocked Republicans from bringing up both a clean extension of PPP and a separate Republican-led Corona relief package. And all the while, the majority in the House is insisting on their way or the highway, holding out for progressive Democratic policy. Instead, I urge my Democratic colleagues to work with Republicans on what we can agree on. The president's indicated a willingness to sign a $1.5 trillion relief measure. Certainly that outcome is better for the people than nothing, and nothing is exactly where we're headed. We can do better than this, Mr. Chairman. The House needs to do better than this rhetorical argument, as the Speaker deemed it. If the majority chooses to, it can work out a bipartisan package that gives real relief to millions of Americans who are suffering from the effects of this pandemic. But until the majority chooses that path, this will be nothing more than fiddling while Rome burns. On the substance of the bill, I'm confident that most members have not had time to read the whole text. The majority released the text of the bill on Monday evening. And since the bill is 2,152 pages long, and equals 8 inches of paper, 36 hours to absorb it, is simply not enough time. It is worth noting, though, the bill is about $1 billion a page, so it's truly a monumental spending bill. But assuming that the summary of this bill that I've read is accurate, which itself is nearly 90 pages long, what we are seeing is the same kind of Democratic wish list that we saw in the original HEROES Act back in May. Massive government spending, even when all the funds appropriated by the bipartisan CARES Act in March have not been spent yet. Provisions that are unrelated to the coronavirus pandemic, like a complicated and controversial multi-employer pension reform bill, repealing a provision of law requiring the auction of T-band spectrum, massive student loan forgiveness, and mandating national vote by mail. Some of these may be policy ideas worthy of debate, but what they are doing in a bill that's about providing relief to Americans affected by coronavirus is beyond me. In any bill of this size, every member will undoubtedly be able to find things that he or she supports, but it is the package as a whole that is so offensive. Rather than choosing to truly work with Republicans to craft a package that can become law, majorities again choosing to go it alone on a road to nowhere. While we waste time on the majority's wish list, the American people are going to continue to suffer. Majority can end that today. They can change course, negotiate a real package, and work together to pass it into law. Until they do, I fear that this cycle will go on and on. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I want to welcome Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger. Chairwoman Lowy, I want to thank you for bringing this package before us today. I mean, we are confronting an emergency. Last week I did a tour of restaurants in my district, and many of them are just barely surviving by putting some tables outside and trying to increase their takeout. But in Massachusetts, as in a lot of other states that experience harsh winters, they're soon not going to be able to have people dine outside. And many of them are telling me that if there's not relief, they're going to shut down. Small businesses need help. Our cities and towns need help. Our schools need help. I mean, this is a pandemic. We haven't seen anything like this since 1918. And it is frustrating that it has become so controversial to try to get some assistance to the American people. In any event, I hope that the talks that the speaker is having with Secretary Mnuchin will produce some results. But we have to move forward because some may be content with doing nothing, but we're not. So having said that, I welcome you, Chairwoman Lowy, and welcome your testimony, and you may begin.
Thank you very much, and it's good to see ranking member as well and members of the Rules Committee. I want to really thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I'm pleased to present an updated version of the HEROES Act. The health and economic catastrophe facing our country continues to cry out for urgent action. In May, a bipartisan majority in the House passed the HEROES Act to provide critical support for our country to crush the coronavirus so we can protect lives and reopen our economy. Unfortunately, that legislation has lingered for more than 4 months in Senator McConnell's legislative graveyard as Republicans fight among themselves and President Trump continues to downplay the severity of a pandemic that has killed more than 200,000 Americans and devastated our economy. The American people cannot afford to wait until next year for action. So Democrats are making good on our offer to compromise. This updated version of the HEROES Act seeks to meet Republicans halfway while addressing needs that have grown since May. To that end, we have updated the earliest version of the HEROES Act by including strengthened support for small businesses, improving the Paycheck Protection Program, delivering targeted assistance to restaurants, nonprofits, and event venues, additional assistance for airline industry workers, extending the highly successful payroll support program, more funds for the children with $225 billion for education, including $182 billion for K through 12 schools and nearly $39 billion for post-secondary education and $57 billion to support childcare for families. At the same time, we maintain the key priorities from the bill that we adopted in May. To that end, we are honoring our heroes with $436 billion so state, local, territorial, and tribal governments can pay vital frontline workers. Funding a campaign to crush the virus through $75 billion for coronavirus testing, contact tracing, and isolating measures, and $28 billion for procurement, distribution, and education campaigns for a safe and effective vaccine. providing additional direct payments to families, cushioning the economic blow of the coronavirus crisis with a more robust second round of economic impact payments, protecting payrolls by enhancing the new employee retention tax credit, ensuring worker safety by requiring OSHA to issue strong, enforceable infection control standards, preserving health coverage, providing a special enrollment period, and offering more generous ACA subsidies for unemployed Americans, restoring unemployment benefits, ensuring weekly $600 federal unemployment payments through next January, bolstering housing assistance, helping struggling families afford a safe place to live through rental and homeowner assistance, strengthening food security, addressing rising hunger with a 15% increase to the maximum SNAP benefit and additional funding for nutrition programs, safeguarding our democracy with funding for safe elections, an accurate census, and the Postal Service. Mr. Chairman, this is strong legislation that delivers for American families. Negotiations are continuing, and I ardently hope that we can reach a bipartisan agreement. However, if Republicans continue to refuse to meet us halfway, we will have no choice but to once again act alone. I request an appropriate rule to allow for floor consideration and contingency.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Granger. We are happy to have you here. You may address the committee now.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today on the coronavirus relief bill. Republicans and Democrats have worked together 4 times this year to pass critical coronavirus relief legislation. Unfortunately, we appear to be abandoning this spirit of bipartisanship by rushing this bill to the floor of the House. This bill totals more than $2 trillion, which is more than we appropriate for an entire year. And the administration has not shown support for another coronavirus bill of this size and scope. There are some things in this bill I support, such as helping small businesses that are desperate for a lifeline, enabling the airline industry to continue to pay its employees, providing additional assistance to help schools continue reopening, and increasing testing for the virus. Yet I cannot overlook, nor can I overstate, the significant problems that members on my side of the aisle have identified. Buried in the more than 2,000 pages of text are some irresponsible funding reductions, many unjustified funding increases, and countless far-reaching policy changes. These items are simply not related to defeating this virus. This bill will encourage state and local governments to release violent criminals to get more funding, stall the census that's required by law to occur every 10 years, impose sweeping changes to elections and provide more than $3 billion in election assistance grants, and provide a tax break for millionaires and billionaires by repealing state and local tax limitations. Including so many unnecessary items just to cater to the demands of a few in the majority party will only result in gridlock at a time when compromise and real results are still in reach. After all of the good work we've done together to provide relief and hope to the American people, I'm very disappointed to have to appear before you today to testify on this bill. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will come back to the negotiating table and work with us to put the needs of the American people first, just as we've done 4 other times since the beginning of this devastating pandemic. It's time for our leaders to come together rather than taking a vote on this damaging partisan bill. If this bill does come to the floor, Members should be allowed to offer amendments to perfect it, since we have not had the opportunity to offer any input so far. This committee can still affect the outcome of this bill and help produce legislation that can be signed into law. Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting me to testify today, and I yield back.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always say when Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger here, I have my two favorite members and two members that have famously worked together, both as subcommittee chairman and ranking members, and as the chairwoman and ranking member of the full committee. So you really have two superb legislators who know how to find common ground. I'm going to start by asking each a simple question. Has any subcommittee on the Appropriations Committee met over any part of this bill? Madam Chair?
Yes, there have been many discussions.
That's
You
not
know-
what I asked, Madam Chair. I asked, had any subcommittee met and considered any part of this bill? Because I can tell you mine certainly hasn't.
Look, let me just say this. I would much rather be in a position where Kay and I are sitting before you presenting a bipartisan bill that could clearly, quickly clear the House and the Senate and be signed by the president. Unfortunately, that isn't the position we're in. I am confident, my good friend Tom Cole, that if left to the appropriators, you, Rosa DeLauro, and all of the other chairs and rankings could work out an agreement. It has been more than a month since Democrats said they would meet Republicans in the middle. And I am pleased currently, as I understand, that the Speaker and Secretary Mnuchin continue to talk. But it is well past time for all sides to compromise, to protect lives, livelihoods, and the life of our democracy. So I am hoping, my good friend Tom Cole, because we've worked together a long time, and I am hoping that the current talks, which I understand are currently taking place, are successful so we can get this done and move on.
Well, nobody admires my chairman more than me, and I wish we were going to be able to work together for a long time. I wish you were running for re-election again and would be in the next Congress, because I think you've been an extraordinary member. But I'm going to go back to my question. I'm going to assume the answer is a no. No subcommittee on the Appropriations Committee has met and considered any part of this bill. That's just the fact. Second question, has the full committee met to consider this bill and offer amendments, have discussions at all?
Well, as I understand it, it has been more than a month since Democrats said they would meet with the Republicans in the middle. I know that you and Rosa DeLauro could work things out. It's just past time for all sides to compromise. We have to protect lives, livelihoods, and the life of our democracy. And look, as you well know, we don't mark up on supplementals. So it should be a time where we're working together. The aid is absolutely needed. So we just have to take action. And I don't see the Senate, frankly, doing a thing about this. They are just, well, I won't say what the Senate is doing. You know as well as I do. I agree it would be much better if we were able to sit down, talk together, and work things out.
Thank you very much. Let me direct this question to Ranking Member Granger. Madam Ranking Member, has anybody solicited your views on what should be in this bill? Have you been given any opportunity to propose suggestions, additions, corrections, any meaningful negotiation with you at all? You are the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee.
I wish I could say yes, but the answer is no.
Okay, well, I think that makes my point, Mr. Chairman. There's been no meaningful negotiation on this bill, no meaningful input. And as the ranking member pointed out in her testimony, this is more money than we appropriate in a year in 12 different bills with hundreds of amendments. And there's been no effort for Republican inclusion. So again, we can have a messaging bill. We can all make our points. We'll go down to the floor and do that. But this bill is going absolutely nowhere. And to not include the minority in a bill of this size just assures that once it gets to the Senate, it's going to meet the reception that it merits. That is, nobody's going to pick it up and look at it, and it'll never get to the president's desk. And if he did, he wouldn't sign it. So why we're doing this other than to create the illusion that we're actually acting when we all know that we are not, that we're dealing with a legislative vehicle that is going nowhere, I think it's a waste of time. And maybe that's why there were no negotiations, because the majority thinks that would be a waste of time as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Torres.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In May, we passed the HEROES Act to address the pandemic and economic crisis facing our nation. But since then, the bill has languished in the Senate. Coronavirus deaths of American citizens have surpassed 200,000. 23 million adults report their households do not have enough to eat, and 1 out of every 4 renters are behind in rent. These are not stories that come just out of my district. This is what I'm sure every single one of you are hearing in your communities. The need to help folks that have not back to work. The bill we have before us is not a silver bullet, but it is what our constituents are asking for right now. This bill reflects problems that have emerged since we passed the original HEROES Act in May. It contains provisions to help struggling small businesses and nonprofits, funds to support airline workers, and support for education and child care. I don't know what happens when you talk to your constituents, but just sitting in my seat yesterday, I received a 2-page letter from the people working that were so afraid that they were going to be laid off unless Congress does their job. This is doing our job. This legislation maintains the most important provisions in the HEROES Act. This bill, it restores 600 unemployment benefits through the new year. It provides a second round of direct payments of $1,200 for individuals and $500 for their dependents. Provides billions for housing and rental assistance. I know none of my colleagues on this meeting want to see any more people sleeping under a bridge or in our streets. Winter is coming here in DC, and all you have to do is step just right outside of the Capitol to see the number of tents of our folks living in the street. It supports our nation's health centers and testing infrastructure so we can confidently open our economy and send our children back to school, and assist state and local governments with $436 billion in aid. I know I'm just as frustrated as any of you about local governments not having enough money to balance their budgets. But think of it this way. As a former mayor, when the need is there right in front of you, you can't ignore it. And you have to provide for the people. So many of them have spent down on reserves and cannot continue to provide for our constituents unless we help them. This is not the last COVID-19 package that we will have to pass, but it is what we need for this moment. The Senate is in no mood to negotiate. So House Democrats have had to negotiate directly with the White House and their representatives. So here we are. If you feel uneasy about that, you should talk to the administration and you should talk to Mitch McConnell because he is not allowing you to participate directly in this. But we talk. As members, we often share stories about what is happening in our communities, and those stories are reflected in this bill. I urge passing of this legislation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall.
Am I with you, Mr. Chairman?
You're with me.
Thank you very much. My audio is coming through loud and clear, and as so often happens when Ms. Torres speaks from the heart, I agreed with absolutely everything that she had to say, right up until we got to those final conversations about the negotiations. Her description of the needs that America faces, I thought, was spot on. Then the question is, how do we address those needs? And I've got, as my ranking member said earlier this morning, two of the finest legislators in the House of Representatives here in Ms. Lowy and Ms. Granger. And if I could start with you, Ms. Granger, I think I misunderstood you. I hear the frustration in Ms. Torres's voice, and I share that frustration that we're still sitting here with absolutely nothing done as September is about to tick to a close. And what I thought I heard you say is that the package we're moving today, you were consulted not at all. You were negotiated with not at all. You were pressed for solutions and partnership not at all. And that's just not my experience with the Appropriations Committee. It hasn't been the experience of the Appropriations Committee historically. And so I wanted to give you a chance to clarify that because I believe I must have misunderstood.
No, sir. No, sir, you did not misunderstand. I was not consulted at all. I, too, am a former mayor, and so I hate to see some of the things that we're seeing right now. And that's why I mentioned some of the things that are so important. For instance, if we don't help the airlines, 19,000 people we furloughed this week, furloughed and don't expect to come back. Those are very important things. They're important things to all of our communities. They're important things to those employees. But when you also have to swallow encouraging state and local governments to release violent criminals to get more funding, then the people in my district do not support that. To stall the sentence that's required by law to occur every 10 years, my people would not say they would support that, and providing tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires by repealing state and local tax limitations as a former mayor. No, I don't support that. But there was not the communication and the work together that appropriators are famous for. We get together and work these things, and there was time to do that. That's why I'm so concerned. That's why I can't support this.
Thank you, Ms. Granger. Can I ask you about that, Chairman? Because I understand the frustration that you expressed with the Senate and the pace of progress over there. I've had that very same frustration under both Republican and Democratic leadership in the Senate. I understand the frustration that Ms. Torres was expressing about negotiations with the Senate. But I don't get a chance to work in the Senate. I do get a chance to work in the House. And you have a fabulous partner on the Appropriations Committee when it comes to negotiation in Ranking Member Granger. And so is it reasonable to say that folks are frustrated with the Senate? Of course it is. I guess my question to you is it reasonable to say that there's no opportunity to negotiate with Ms. Granger as she sits right here beside us? And if that's not the case, if you would agree with me that she is a willing and able negotiating partner, then my follow-up question would be, how do we find ourselves up against these deadlines with your having absolutely no conversations with her whatsoever? It seems very out of character, not just for the committee, but for you as the leader of the committee.
Well, let me just say very briefly that I have worked closely with many members of the committee on the other side of the aisle. And Ms. Granger and I, Tom Cole and I, have been friends for a very long time. However, I must say, if Republicans wanted to really negotiate, why don't they send us a proposal? Democrats said we would meet in the middle, and this does that. Where is the Republican proposal to meet in the middle? You need two willing partners to have a negotiation. And I also want to say, this bill does not release violent criminals.
Well, as you well know, Madam Chair, there's a discharge petition on the floor right now to extend the PPP program, that fabulously successful small business program that has meant so much, not just to our small businesses, but to all of the men and women that they employ in our communities. And we've had bipartisan enthusiasm on both sides of the aisle about extending that program. Not only have Republicans come to the table there, they're taking a leadership role in moving that legislation forward, and yet there has been a concerted effort, not from your committee, I don't want to suggest that at all, from the Democratic leadership in the House, not to allow those common sense bipartisan measures to come to the floor for a vote. And compound that mistaken judgment with what I see coming out of your committee, which again, ordinarily a fabulously successful partnership product, no partnership effort whatsoever. Compound that with what I'm seeing from the Rules Committee today, which is instead of bringing the bill that we had, HR 8406 to the Rules Committee, we've now brought a House amendment to a message coming back from the Senate. The only possible reason to do this, of course, would be to prevent Republicans not just from being able to bring bills to the floor that are fabulously bipartisan, not just from being able to negotiate with you, as Ms. Granger would have done, but from even being able to offer a motion to recommit, to offer one single idea to this. And that's my frustration, and it's I know you're aware of all of that. Let me ask you about your thoughts as you bring this forward, because I know you want solutions every bit as much as Ms. Torres does and Ms. Granger does and Mr. Cole and I do. As I read this language, it looks strikingly similar to the HEROES Act that the House passed earlier this year. It's slightly smaller because we're later in the year. It's slightly smaller because we used to fund police officers and the expenses that they're undertaking, and now for reasons unimaginable to me, we've chosen not to fund those packages. But that bill in the spring passed on an almost entirely party line vote. There was one Republican vote in favor. There were 14 Democratic votes against. But when we, again, understanding your frustration with the Senate, understanding the box that you were in, but knowing you to be a problem solver, what's the thought when you bring a very similar package back again that was unsuccessful in a bipartisan way last time, that was unsuccessful in stimulating Senate and administration engagement last time? What are you hoping is going to be different this time? And again, from all indications from the ranking member, it's not that you've received any messages, because there haven't even been conversations going on about how to move this package forward.
Well, frankly, I appreciate your compliments. It's since I am retiring at the end of this year after a career where we have so many solutions that we have worked out in a bipartisan way, and it's been really an honor for me to serve with both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. And I agree that we don't need a piecemeal solution. However, I haven't seen the Republican comprehensive proposal. And it's my understanding that the negotiations are going through President Trump and his Treasury Secretary, and hope they will be successful. But there is no question that we have worked together in the past. My friend, Ms. Granger, and I have a great relationship, as I do with other members on the committee. But it is my understanding that this bill reflects new, updated numbers based on an evolving pandemic. And one area where I know the bill is improved is global health. The original HEROES Act included very little for global health. The updated HERO bill includes $10 billion under state and foreign operations, committee, including $3.7 billion for Gavi, $3.5 billion for the Global Fund, $750 million for the World Peace Program. And there are other areas where, although it looks similar, we did change the duration for when we provide assistance. For instance, in the original HEROES bill, we provided $915 billion for state and local assistance over 2 years. In the updated bill, we provide $436 billion for 1 year of funding. So there are some differences, and I do hope that the Speaker and Secretary Mnuchin can work out a solution. I would much rather sit across the table from my good friend, Ms. Granger, or other members who are here today. But it seems that this is the way the administration wants to do it. And I'm just pleased that there is some movement through Mr. Mnuchin and our Speaker.
I hope that you're right about that movement. Candidly, I was surprised to see this bill coming to the committee because I too believe those negotiations were going on in good faith. And I thought, what could possibly be gained by jamming through a recycled partisan package on a partisan vote yet one more time? I thought somebody in the messaging department must be thrilled about this. So I asked my staff, I said, when are we going to vote on this? Because it must be right there in the news. I'm supposed to get their messaging banks to the buck. And my staff told me, no, it hasn't even been scheduled timing yet because folks are still trying to round up the votes to make it happen. It would have been one thing if folks were recycling a package and bringing it back to the wild applause in the streets because it had finally captured that missing element that kept it from moving forward last time, but we don't even have the votes to move this forward this time. Well, I know what it's like to be a retiring member, Madam Chair, and I will tell you from the heart that not only do I value your service over your years to the country, I hurt for you and all of my retiring colleagues who came here to do the big things that you came here to do, and we find ourselves in a messaging environment unlike anything I have seen in my 40 years of following politics. And it is painful for me as a legislator, and I know for you as a leader, it is excruciatingly painful. So many ways I would have liked to have seen you and I leave this institution this year. And I'm deeply concerned that we're not going to have either of us are going to have the opportunity to leave here the way we would have hoped. But sincerely, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your service.
Thank you.
To this institution and to the country. I know of your love for both, and Ms. Granger for a ranking member, it is always difficult. For a ranking member on the Appropriations Committee, every day is full of hope because that is the nature of the committee. Folks move forward together. For us to find ourselves in this place where it is our leaders, whether here in the House or at the White House, who are making these negotiations instead of our legislators, you and Ms. Lowy making these negotiations, I believe disadvantages not just our House, not just our Congress, but I believe disadvantages our country. There's not a single member of this body who believes that cutting Kate Granger out of the solutions-making process is going to lead to a better product for their constituents or for the country. And so I thank you for your willingness to participate, and I look forward to the committee getting the green light to let the committee do what the committee always does, which is come together to serve the American people. So thank you for your leadership as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. 28,000 people are going to be laid off by Disney tomorrow. 40,000 are going to be laid off in the airline industry. In Colorado, we're going to have furloughs of some 23,000 people, and our unemployment rate is better than most of the country. Schools are in disarray, whether they're in person or they're remote or they're hybrid. They need help and assistance. The CDC did something completely unconstitutional, in my opinion. when they put a moratorium on evictions for individuals without any rental assistance to help keep the landlords in business so that the tenants could pay their rent and the landlords could pay their mortgages. I mean, I appreciate the willingness of Ms. Granger and the Republicans in the House to want to do something. Thank you. The trouble is you don't have the power right now. It's in the White House and it's in the Senate. And if you had the power, the 300 or so bipartisan bills that are sitting on McConnell's desk right now might actually move. But no, they're not going to move. The Senate intends to take up a justice completely breaking all tradition and all decorum of the Senate and not take up these vast problems that America faces today. So restaurants, we assist hospitals, we provide for uninsured. And instead, the White House and the Senate have been twiddling their thumbs and fiddling while Rome's been burning. And I appreciate Ms. Lowy, I appreciate the Democratic caucus for trying to get something done when we've got a Senate that just sits on its hands. So, the president can babble on about what a great economy is when millions and millions of people are out of work, when thousands and thousands more are going to be out of work tomorrow. We got to get something done here, people. And I sure hope that the White House and the Senate move. I wish, Ms. Granger, you were part of the discussion, but for whatever reason, the Senate doesn't really want to do anything. And, I'm disappointed about where we are. We got to get something done. If I were to handicap things, I think Democrats are going to be in charge of everything, and we can fix a lot of this stuff that's sitting because the Senate twiddles its thumbs. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess? Ms. Lesko?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the chairman of the committee and the ranking member for all their hard work. And I too hope and pray that we can work together in a bipartisan fashion to package a relief package that will help the American people, that will actually be signed into law. Unfortunately, this is not the bill. And I have to refute Mr. Perlmutter's assertion, I guess, or assertion that the Senate hasn't done anything. In fact, they have. The Republicans put forward a bill just recently, I think it was maybe last week or the week before, that had a lot of really good features in it to help small businesses, to help the American people by continuing unemployment assistance, but at a lower level so that people aren't paid more to stay at home than to work. But the Democrats blocked it. So here we are. And I know from media reports that Democrats in swing districts have asked Speaker Pelosi to put forward another relief package that could actually be signed into law, that could actually help the American people. And again, this is certainly not that bill, because all it is a regurgitation of the last bill that you passed with just overwhelmingly mostly Democrat support. Democrats voted against it. One Republican voted for it. So certainly not bipartisan. And once again, this bill, in my opinion, highlights the Democrats' priorities on things that aren't even related to coronavirus. And with that, I'm going to ask Representative Granger a list of questions of her understanding of this bill. Representative Granger, it's my understanding that this bill defunds the police by removing $600 million from the original relief package that the Democrats passed that was intended for police. Is that your understanding?
It is. You're correct.
And Representative Granger, it's my understanding that this Democrat bill continues the $600 a week in federal unemployment insurance that is crippling businesses that have told all of us that people are getting paid more to stay at home than to go to work. Is that correct?
That is correct. Your understanding is correct.
And it is my understanding that this bill allows illegal immigrants to get the $1,200 stimulus checks. Is that correct?
It is correct. Your understanding is correct.
And it is my understanding that it removes any protections from funding abortion providers like Planned Parenthood. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And also, it is my understanding this bill federalizes elections instead of letting states and local governments do their own election laws. In fact, it prohibits states from requiring IDs to vote, allows same-day voter registration, and codifies into law nationally ballot harvesting, allowing it. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, and those things that you're listing are the reasons that I'm standing here today and saying we cannot support this.
Exactly. And the other thing this bill does that really is egregious to taxpayers in low tax states like Arizona is that it subsidizes millionaires and billionaires in mostly blue states that have high taxes because it eliminates the cap on deductions for the SALT deduction. Is that your understanding too?
You are correct again.
Well, thank you, Representative Granger, because I too oppose this piece of legislation because it contains so many egregious radical priorities of the Democrats that don't even have anything to do with coronavirus. Now, I wish we could get together and vote on the things that we actually agree on. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Let me just state for the record that restaurants are about to close for good in many states in this country. We have people who are in desperate need of unemployment insurance. We have small businesses that are in need of help. We have state and local governments that are in deep trouble right now. I mean, I go right down the list. Our airlines are about to lay off thousands of people. And this is a way to solve all these problems in the short term. And I'm sorry that some of my friends think that helping our schools and our cities and towns and our unemployed and our small businesses is somehow egregious as an overreach. The only reason why this won't happen is because Republicans choose not to support it. And I will also say that much of what was just said is inaccurate. And I guess, I mean, you know, if people want to talk about a good negotiation, we ought to at least be talking about what is accurately in this bill and what is not.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yes.
Congresswoman Lesko. Can you explain what is inaccurate? Because So are you saying that Mrs. Granger is lying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Almost everything that was just said is not an accurate reflection of what is in this.
So you're saying Mrs. Granger is lying?
No, I'm responding to you, Ms. Lesko.
So you say I'm lying and Mrs. Granger is lying?
What you said was inaccurate. If you want to you can classify what you said any way you want. I'm saying it's inaccurate.
Okay, I will provide you with the language in the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin.
Mr.
Chairman.
Excuse me. Chairwoman Lowy wants to respond. Because she wasn't given the opportunity by the previous questioner. Yes.
Yes, just for a moment. First of all, let me say that my good friend Ms. Granger and my good friend Tom Cole and I work together in a cooperative way, but I must respond It is fortunate that some on the other side of the aisle erroneously claim that the bill defunds the police. It does nothing of the sort. And I challenge you to point to the page in the bill that does that. In fact, for law enforcement, the bill provides $620 million for the federal system, $374 million. It does not get a penny from what has been appropriated. There is $375 million for VAWA grants, $600 million for Pandemic Justice Response Act grants, $100 million for juvenile justice. And I do want to say, in the months after we passed the CARES Act, our committee held a series of bipartisan calls with agencies to discuss how they would execute the funds, including some good sessions that Tom Cole helped lead on HHS and education dollars. So yes, we do want to provide $600 in unemployment for those out of work. Yes, we do help state and local governments hold elections by providing $3.6 billion. Unfortunately, the Senate Republicans put forward a bill that went backwards. It really wasn't a serious effort to find compromise. It was less than the White House has offered. You can't be a serious negotiator by moving the goalpost backwards. Maybe I'll stop at that point because there are others that want to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for clarifying those matters. I now come to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The country is in crisis. We are in a moral and political crisis, as we saw from the terrible debacle on the debate stage last night. We are also in an economic and financial crisis arising from a staggering public health crisis. We have lost now more than 207,000 of our fellow citizens to this terrible disease, and still the administration has given us no plan to fight the disease, but just continues to try to undermine our efforts to address it. More than 7 million cases in America, tens of millions of people thrown out of work, schools in chaos. Tomorrow, we're going to lose, I think it's 28,000 workers at Disney, more than 40,000 airline employees. The country is in crisis. And I want to thank Chairwoman Lowy for trying to rise to meet this crisis. 4.5 months ago, we passed the HEROES Act in order to address the crisis and to continue the work that we had done together in a bipartisan way in the CARES Act. And we have gotten no response from the GOP. And our colleagues have simply sat supine waiting for Donald Trump to make up his mind. And it's completely up to him. It's a total surrender and abdication of legislative authority to the executive branch and to the president. This legislation shows, I think, we have moved. They say that the HEROES Act was too expensive, so we've moved $1 trillion in their direction while still addressing the crisis in the states and the counties and the cities by getting money to our first-line responders, the firefighters and the cops and the emergency personnel, the people in the hospitals and the people in the transit systems. We deal with restaurants, we deal with hospitals, we continue aid to the unemployed, and most importantly, we advance a plan to crush the disease. And instead, what we get from the administration is a president and his close coterie of new advisors whose plan is simply to let the disease wash over the population. The president talks about herd immunity, which he sometimes calls by accident herd mentality, which is a pretty good description of how we got into this situation. But by herd immunity, they mean going from 7 million cases to something like 150 million cases, and going from 200,000 dead Americans to several million dead Americans. That is the plan that they're offering us right now. And they're not putting anything else on the table. This legislation meets the moment, the public health catastrophe that we're in and the economic catastrophe that has followed. I do want to address some of the falsehoods that were just uttered by our colleagues. Number one, People are not getting paid more not to work than to work. This betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of what unemployment compensation is and how it works. If you are being offered a job at not more, but at what you were making before, or something roughly in that neighborhood, if you can go back to work, you can't get unemployment compensation. I challenge our colleagues to find one state where you continue to get unemployment compensation if you're being offered your job back. The whole principle of unemployment insurance is you get it only when you've been laid off and kicked out of your work and you can't go back, which is the situation that we're in because of this public health nightmare and the refusal of the administration to do anything about it. That's how you get unemployment. You don't get unemployment by the government just offering you money equal to what you're making before or more money to what you're making before and say you can have that as long as you want, even if you can get your job back. Show me one state in America where it works like that. If you can get your job back or an equivalent job doing the same kind of thing at what you were making before, then you can go back to work. That's number one. Number two, there's a claim that this legislation or the HEROES Act federalizes elections. This is comical and absurd to me when it's the president of the United States, their hero, who's been running around trashing all of the state laws. He's been trashing the vote by mail system that Utah uses, that Oregon uses, that several states use. And the president has got to leave the state's electoral systems alone and stop trying to destroy people's confidence in the electoral system. And there's nothing here to federalize elections. I don't even know what that means. So that is a completely empty characterization. We're talking about getting aid to the states so they can administer fairly, impartially, and objectively those election systems. But last night, the president of the United States, and this is utterly shocking, and I would beg one of my Republican friends to say something about this. The president of the United States said to a white supremacist group, Proud Boys, on national TV in a debate to stand back and stand by. Stand by, he said to a violent white supremacist group that has been involved in violence all across the country. Now that's shocking. That's terrifying for the president of the United States to be leveling attacks against our election system, against the integrity and reputation of our election system, against the post office, which he calls a joke, and then to send a message to white supremacists, among whom he finds very fine people, we know, that the Proud Boys should.
Mr. Chairman, could we go back to this bill and what's going on with this bill?
Now, I'm still answering. And finally, there was a claim that this bill supports millionaires and billionaires because it addresses the state and local tax deduction. Now, the state and local tax deduction is something that was that is not making people pay twice. Okay, allowing the state and local tax deduction was a commitment of the founder of the Republican Party, Abraham Lincoln, who said, "Of course, we're not going to tax people on taxes they've already paid at the state and local level. That makes no sense." And that's all that we're talking about. And they have the gall, after giving $1.5 trillion giveaway to the richest people and the richest corporations in the country in the last Congress, $1.5 trillion, to come back and say, we want to benefit the millionaires and the billionaires. And it's amazing to me that they even want to bring up taxes on the week when it's revealed that the president of the United States paid $0 in taxes, or $750 in the year that he was elected in 2017, or another $750 in 2018. He pays less than.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we stay with what we were talking about, and that's bill that's being presented.
So it's shocking to me they would bring it up. Mr. Chairman, we have got to act to aid our people in this crisis. And that's what this legislation does. And I want to commend Ms. Lowy on it. I want to close with a question for Ms. Lowy. Ms. Lowy, did you get any kind of comprehensive proposal from your Republican colleagues to counter the HEROES Act or to counter what we're doing now? Did they put a comprehensive proposal on the table?
Let me say this, and I thank you for your work. Democrats want to provide $600 in unemployment to those out of work. When the Republicans put a proposal forward, it was not serious. There was no serious counter offered. And I wish we could go back. I would rather be in a position where Kay and I are sitting before you presenting a bipartisan bill that could quickly clear the House and the Senate and be signed by the president. Unfortunately, that isn't the position we're in. There is no comprehensive proposal. And look, I am confident that if it was left to the appropriators, Tom Cole, Rosa DeLauro, and all the other chairs and rankings could work out an agreement. But it's been more than a month since Democrats said they would meet Republicans in the middle. I'm pleased, as I mentioned before, that the Speaker and Secretary Mnuchin are continuing to talk, but it is well past time for all sides to compromise to protect lives, livelihoods, and the life of our democracy. So I wish it were different. I've worked closely with Kay Granger and Tom Cole for many, many years, but this is a different world today. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to yield to Mr. Torres, who has a unanimous consent request, I believe. No? Maybe not. We'll come back to her. I'm going to yield now to Ms. Scanlon, and I'd like to let everyone know that I have to step away, and Ms. Scanlon will assume the chair. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, I do want to echo the frustration expressed by Chairwoman Lowy and several of the members here about the complaints that the Democrats have not been willing to compromise or come to the table. We came to the table in May with the HEROES Act, and we passed the HEROES Act and have been waiting. We've been begging for a credible response. Now, my colleague from Arizona said, well, the Senate came up with something. Senate couldn't even get that passed through the Senate. So I don't think we can call that a credible response. And as Chairwoman Lowy just noted, the Speaker has said repeatedly, we'll meet you in the middle. Well, now we have a revised version of the HEROES Act, which comes into the middle, and we're still hearing crickets from the other side. Well, what we're hearing from the other side is, oh, you need to do more, but we're not going to tell you what you need to do. We're just going to keep moving the goalposts. And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable to the American people. I mean, the real issue is how devastating this virus and the attendant economic chaos has been to our constituents, to the American people. And I want to focus on families because that's who I'm hearing from the most. I'm hearing from the moms, folks like my district director, who are dealing with the fact that they have to deal with home education of their children because it's not safe to fully reopen our schools. We're hearing from families where people have had to take leave. We're hearing from families who are disproportionately being affected. I mean, just this morning, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce this article from Bloomberg this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. The first female recession threatens to wipe out decades of progress for U.S. women. I'm not sure if the chair is still there. I guess I'm chairing, so I'm going to say without objection to my unanimous consent request. But it details what we're seeing in my district before the coronavirus pandemic hit. Families in my district were underwater. That's the term that was used by a study of our region, that working families were underwater at the end of every month. People were losing money once they had paid for housing, childcare, and healthcare. And obviously that situation has only worsened with the pandemic. And we're seeing a disproportionate impact on families of color who have been most likely to be let go. This revised version and the previous version of the HEROES Act addresses that. And just to quote from this Bloomberg article, the Economic Policy Center talks about the fact that we cannot get out of this economic hole that we are in any reasonable way without a much stronger care infrastructure. And that's a lot of what this bill would do. It's going to provide extra support for our childcare. It's going to provide extra support for the families where members have had to take leave to take care of other family members who are either impacted by the illness or for children who have to be home in order to keep our communities safe. It provides extra resources for our schools. Everyone wants the schools open, but they have to be able to open safely. So we need those resources in our community. We've needed those resources for months. It is well past time for everyone to come to the table to pass this bill. This is a scaled down bill. It's not going to be the last bill we need because the pandemic is still raging across our country in the absence of a national strategy, which is what we all need to get the country back on track. So with that, Chairman Lowy, could you speak to the supports that are provided to families, particularly with respect to families who have children and the need for childcare, et cetera?
I really, really appreciate your comments because I know in my district and in everyone's district, families are really suffering. In fact, you hear stories over and over again about parents who can't go to work because they have children. There's 57 billion in this bill for childcare. This is essential. SNAP gets $10 billion. This is essential. So we have to continue to work to respond to the pain and suffering in all of our communities. I just want to say again, for those mothers and fathers who are the single parents who want to go to work, they can't deal with leaving their children at home. And let's not forget the $225 billion to support education. I mean, this is too. So I can go on and on, but this is a comprehensive bill, and I am hoping that we will have some kind of a compromise worked out with Secretary Mnuchin and our speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Lowy. And thank you for mentioning the SNAP benefits because the hunger issues have just been multiplying in all of our districts, but I've seen it firsthand in my district, and we know how important it is to get that aid. And I did also want to mention that the Chairman McGovern mentioned the importance of providing additional relief for our airlines and restaurants. Those are two huge sectors of the economy in my district. So that's really important. With that, I'll conclude my remarks, but we wanted to recognize Ms. Torres for a unanimous consent request. Ms. Torres, are you available? I think we missed her again. In that case, the chair recognizes Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me start by thanking Chair Lowy, my dear friend from New York, for her continued wonderful efforts on behalf of this country, and to Ranking Member Granger for her participation, and also always appreciate her comments. You know, I made the mistake a couple of days ago of watching on C-SPAN 3, 4, 5, some channel that no one else watched, a replay of the 1960 presidential debate. And I thought both candidates, you know, talked about what was going on in the country. Some of those issues are still with us today, but it was such a substantive discussion and thoughtful and on both sides. And what I witnessed last night caused me to shudder about how far we have fallen in terms of political discourse and public debate in this country. And I only say that just for context of how I'm feeling this morning. And I think all of us are feeling in our own way. And I want to just react for a moment to the comments made by my friends, Mr. Cole and Mr. Woodall, both of whom I respect enormously and know that they have only the greatest, you know, public interest in this country and in this institution. But what I've learned through dozens of state budgets and through the last 2 years that I've been privileged to serve here is there is not a perfect bill. I suppose we could always find a reason, especially with a bill that's as large as this one or the HEROES Act or even the CARES Act. we can find things in there that would cause us to pick them apart and say, well, this isn't right, this isn't right. I mean, I accept that. No perfect legislation has been drafted, but I don't think that gets at what we're really about here. So big picture for me is this, and others have said this much more eloquently and much more articulately than I will, but you know, I take it from conversations with people back home that their sense of the big picture is the United States Senate is either in paralysis and unable to act or unwilling to act. That they feel things are fine in this country, that our response to the virus and the economic recession which has accompanied it is fine. We don't have anything to do, or they lack the ability to get something done. I'm not sure which it is. I'm not an expert on the United States Senate. Someday I hope to be at least a little bit of an expert on the House of Representatives. I'm not even that. But big picture is this argument about trying to find bipartisan accord in the House is sort of beside the point. As much as I'd love to do that, and as much as I'd love to know that we had a unanimous vote coming out of the House, it seems sort of beside the point right now. We're not only 30 days away from an election, we're 205,000 dead Americans into the greatest pandemic to affect the world in 100 years, not to mention the accompanying economic tragedy which lies in its wake. And as a backdrop, racial inequities and injustice that are causing deep polarizations in this country. I don't think I heard Senator McConnell at any point during the last 4 months say, well, look, if the House Democrats and House Republicans could just get together and come up with a bipartisan bill, we'll pass that in the Senate. So you guys work it out. Representative McCarthy, Speaker Pelosi, Chair of the Appropriations Committee and Ranking Member, you work it out and get the House to come up with a bill that you can all live with, and we'll just take it and pass it in the Senate. I haven't heard that. So all the conversation about somehow working within the House, really big picture, kind of beside the point. Frankly,
my friend,
I'm not even
for a comment or a question.
Of course, Mr. Cole.
Well, first of all, thank you for your thoughtful remarks. They're always constructive and they always contribute. I would just make this point. I can't think of a bill that's passed the Senate that hasn't had substantial bipartisan support in the House. To me, it's sort of the precondition to move ahead. And we know if we send a strictly partisan bill from a Democratic House to a Republican Senate, it's not likely to get there. By the way, we had a lot of experience doing this when Mr. Reid ran the United States Senate. Actually, the dynamic is pretty similar to what we saw then. Lots of our bills piled up. So I would just say, I know when we're working together on the Appropriations Committee, and I know when we're not. When we work together, we can pass stuff. May not be exactly formed, but then that's what puts pressure on them. An all Democratic bill puts zero pressure on a Republican Senate, and just as our all Republican bills put zero pressure on Democratic Senates when the roles were reversed. So, but again, my friend always adds to the discussion, and I meant my remarks very respectfully toward him and my colleagues.
No, and I accept that. And look, I always love the give and take, and I always learn something when you speak. And I mean that sincerely. I think what you've referenced though is a correlation, not a causation. I believe the correlation and the bipartisanship that has accrued on the CARES Act and others is more caused by an agreement with the Senate. But I take your comments in the spirit in which they were offered. But the point that I was going to make next and want to make is that I'm actually a little disappointed that we're here today voting on this bill, but for another reason, which is I believe the first HEROES Act was an appropriate response, and really wish that the Senate had taken the time to pass comprehensive legislation that we could negotiate that would include you, Mr. Cole, and Ms. Granger and Ms. Lowy and all of our colleagues. So I think that is my great frustration, and I think that that the challenge here now, and look, I speak from the perspective of state and local governments who I think are strapped for cash through no fault of their own. Red states, blue states, purple states, it shouldn't matter. They all face declines in revenue, which I think we desperately need to address, which affects in New York, and I suspect the other 49 states, our local school districts, because most of their funding or much of it comes from state government, not-for-profit agencies, which every day I'm sure we're all on Zoom calls with organizations back home that are trying desperately to meet the needs with far too few resources and desperate for state support. I've been speaking, as I'm sure we all have, about from members of the hospitality and tourism industry. I have a 100-year-old amusement park which hires thousands of kids every summer, but during the course of the year has 50 full-time employees. They will not have income for 18 straight months because you don't run amusement parks in the winter in New York. So people are desperate. I spoke to a longtime friend of mine yesterday who's a long-established, very successful business leader in New York and in Rochester, big manufacturing, construction companies. And I asked him about his party. I said, tell me how you feel right now. He said, frankly, I'm not sure I'm a Republican anymore. I don't even know what we're talking about. And frankly, the condition that we find this country in right now, and he referenced, and we talked about comments made by the Fed chair, Jay Powell, about needing to invest more in America. Even the Treasury Secretary has been pretty open about the need to make investments. So, you know, I'm frustrated like everyone is. I think today represents the best effort to try to restart the conversation. And frankly, I hope, Mr. Cole, I hope Ms. Granger, I hope Ms. Lowy, I hope Mr. Chairman, I hope in the next couple of days, maybe there's a breakthrough. Maybe this helps prompt a more productive conversation that results in meaningful relief for the American public, because that's, at the end of the day, what we all get paid to do. And I think we all share the frustration. But I have to say, and obviously I have a bias. I'm not going to argue that I don't. But I place the blame more at the foot of the United States Senate than any of the other parties. Even Secretary Mnuchin seems willing to have a conversation. But without partners across the Capitol, I just feel that we're probably not advancing nearly as much as we would want to. And I think today represents another effort in good faith by us to try to re-engage the Senate in a thoughtful conversation. So with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair.
Yes, Chairman Lowy, please.
I just want to respond to my good friend, Mr. Borelli, who is such an expert and such a good representative for New York State that I had to emphasize again, because I understand my good friend Tom Cole's concern, but I think we should emphasize how much this helps our state and local, who are really suffering. The updated HEROES Act provides a total of $436 billion for state and local relief funds, which helps them respond to the impact of the coronavirus, including lost revenue. States would receive $238 billion, with awards being made based on the number of unemployed workers in each state. Local governments would receive $179 billion, which would be equally divided between municipalities and counties. Every locality in the country would receive an award, which would be based on a modified CDBG formula and population. And lastly, I don't want to go too long on that, we would provide $9.5 billion for territories and $9.5 billion for federally recognized tribal governments, my dear friend, Mr. Cole. The need in Indian country and territories are vast. This would be a lifeline of assistance. I just mention this because, as my good friend Tom Cole knows, I always like to work, and my friend Kay Granger, in a bipartisan way. But this is such an emergency that we have got to provide the assistance. And I mention this now because my friend Mr. Morelli is such an expert, having served in state government for so long. Forgive me, I just had to mention it. Let's move on.
Mr. Morelli, have you concluded?
Well, I had, but since you've now, I do want to thank Chairman Lowy. This is a critical need. I know that in New York alone, we're now tracking at about a $14 billion revenue loss because of lower sales tax, personal income taxes, corporate taxes. And I don't know that we're any different than any of the other 49 states relative to their size of the budget. This is a critical need. And I don't know how we move forward without this. I know Senator McConnell has indicated not a whole lot of sympathy for the plight of states. But as I said earlier, this isn't blue states versus red. This is blue, red, purple. Every color of the rainbow state is affected dramatically by revenue decline, and this is only going to get exacerbated. So it is actually one of the reasons that I feel strongly about voting for this bill. The previous bill had even additional support, but I think this is just vital. So again, I thank the chair for her leadership in this.
Thank you all. And thank you to Chairwoman Lowy for raising that issue. You know, I had a roundtable with the mayors in my district, and I think we have about some odd municipalities throughout my district. And this was the number one question. How could they get relief? Because so much of the COVID response, in the absence of a robust federal response, so much of the COVID response has been pushed down to our state and local governments. And it was the loudest person in that meeting was the Republican mayor of a Republican majority town saying, we need this money. We cannot function. We cannot serve and protect our constituents without federal dollars to do that. So you're absolutely right. It's very important. I think Representative Torres
Madam
returned.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is Kay Granger. I'm sorry, I have something I have to leave for. Thank you for inviting me to talk about this. It's a very important issue. The funding is important. We need to come to an agreement of what is the most important and what is the cost. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Okay, let me just check. Do any members have a question for Ms. Granger? Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you very much. Hearing none, you're excused, Ms. Granger. We were turning to Representative Torres. I think you have a unanimous consent request.
Yes, Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to submit the letter given to me yesterday by one of the 20,000 airline workers who will be laid off starting tomorrow. So I'd like to submit this letter into the record. Without objection.
Yes, without objection.
Thank you.
Yeah. With that, then the chair recognizes Representative Shalit.
Thank you very much. Chairman Lowy, thank you for your incredible work. My district is really hurting. Unemployment continues to be a difficult issue, and Florida pays so little in unemployment compensation that $600 a week was life-saving. But so is rental assistance. I just can't bear any longer to go see the long lines we have for free food, and we need to extend SNAP benefits. There's no question about it. This is about people. It's about not letting our children and our families go hungry. It's about not laying off critical, essential workers, police, fire, teachers. I mean, it's not about an institution called state government. It's about who they fund. And they fund the most essential workers that keep our communities safe and together. It's about childcare and education. Our governor has recklessly ordered the schools back in session, and we don't have the monies we need to make sure those schools are absolutely safe places for children to come back to. And we need those resources that are in this bill. But at the end of the day, it's about who we are as Americans, whether we're going to take care of our own. I am for the international money that's here because I don't believe these diseases respect any kinds of borders. And I believe we have to continue to make those investments. And I congratulate the chair on making certain those investments are there. But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to the American people. This is their tax money. We are returning it to them. We're making sure that our democracy works by giving money to local election officials to buy equipment and to hire people so that this very complex election is fair and safe. And at the end of the day, this is about life and death. It's one thing to talk about the disease, but we also have to talk about the terrible burden of families who have no income, who cannot buy food or pay their rent, and the impact that has on them and on their families, and our responsibility as leaders to make sure every American is taken care of. And that's what I think this bill is. And I am thrilled to support it in whatever form we end up. Meet us in the middle. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. The chair recognizes Representative Matsui.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger, who was here. They are both outstanding people who have done this for a long time and understand how difficult it is. I would say this, though. This is the HEROES Act. With this act, this particular one, we're taking action once again. These issues are not theoretical. They are real. My constituents on the ground have not minced words. They need help, and they need it now. Whether it's for food or housing, for education, their whole life has been impacted by this. And that is because of this whole COVID crisis. So every aspect of life has been impacted by this crisis. I cannot believe the number of people in Sacramento who are hungry. We've always had the food banks and the churches, but this is absolutely incredible now what is happening. And, we need to help as hungry families put food on their tables. And this HERO Act really does help by increasing the maximum SNAP benefit by 15% and increasing funding for food banks. Right now, when we had a giving day in Sacramento, it was really truly outstanding because the organizations that got the most money, because people understood, was the food banks. They understand that my constituents, that we are all in this together. And you see in these food banks, when I visited, there are regular people that I know who never have asked for food. And that's just one aspect of it. I have many small businesses in Sacramento. That's what Sacramento is based upon, is small businesses. Yes, we have the state government there, but it's really the small businesses that make the heart of who we are as Sacramento. And they really need the help. I have a lot of restaurants, and we know what happens in restaurants. And, only a certain amount of them can have, takeout food. We were organizing ourselves as the farm to fork capital because we have many wonderful farms around my urban area. And the restaurants were thriving. And today, I believe that most of them probably will not be able to come back. We need to help them. We need to help those who really invest in. These are not people also who just started. These are also mom and pops that have been in the business for like 30 years. And it's a whole family business. And they're going down. I look at the fact that, we need to look at, when you say state and local, and I have to associate what my colleagues have said, state and local, it seems like this entity that is just an institution, but it's not. It's people. It's people on the ground we see all the time. It's really helping our constituents, helping the healthcare workers, the first responders, the teachers, everybody that provides services for us. Think about your cities and what they provide for us. The states have had to pick it up, and they don't have the revenue either. So this is all for the families in my district, in your districts throughout the country. We need to do this. This happened because of COVID. And more than, 205,000 people have already lost their lives. And inaction in the face of this tragic human loss is unacceptable. We have to do this, and I look forward to supporting this bill on the floor soon. With that, I yield back.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Woodall.
could I ask one question, Ms. Lowy, before we finish up? Ms. Lowy, I know when you put together a multi-trillion-dollar bill like this, particularly one that gets cobbled together so quickly, there are sometimes drafting errors. I mentioned that I thought police departments had monies taken away, and you challenged folks to find the page number. I'm hoping you can just correct my misunderstanding. When I look at page 18 of the bill that the House engrossed in the original HEROES Act, your committee in its wisdom provided $300 million to community-oriented policing services. Ms. Scanlon mentioned local governments trying to serve and protect. Ms. Shalala mentioned police and first responders at the local level that were struggling. You provided $300 million for that on page 18 in the original HEROES Act. I have gone through this HEROES Part 2 backwards and forwards, and I cannot find any reference to that at all. And that's what I was referencing when I said you had defunded the police departments. And I suppose that wasn't artful speech. It was that in the spring, you believed local police departments were worthy of $300 million in investment. You recognized that need. But in this HEROES Act, I can't find that at all. It appears to have disappeared. Is that just a drafting error?
Frankly, I will check it again, but it does nothing of the sort. And I would like you to point to the page in the bill. In fact, for law enforcement, the bill provides $620 million for the federal prison system, $375 million for VAWA grants, $600 million for pandemic justice, and $100 million for juvenile justice programs. Nowhere in the bill does it rescind a Big Four or defund the police. So I'm happy to continue the discussion with you. And if the Senate passes the CR tomorrow, cops will get the same amount of funding they get today. Just no additional money is in the updated bill. Nothing is rescinded in this bill. So no way does that mean defunding the police, but we can talk again.
Well, let me stipulate that everything I heard you say, I believe to be true. What I was referencing is that, we have that wonderful bipartisan program, the Community-Oriented Policing Services Program, that really goes to the local law enforcement agencies and promotes the kind of policing that you and I believe in, one-on-one, family-to-family, neighbor-to-neighbor, building those connections. In the spring, you recognized the needs there and provided an additional $300 million, a dramatic increase to try to address those very pressing needs that we've mentioned here today in a bipartisan way. When I search this bill, HR 8406, for the community-oriented policing program, I can't find any reference to it whatsoever. Not $300 million, not $200 million, not $1 can I find for this program. I stipulate that there's nothing in this bill that tries to go into those local police departments and take money back from them that you have already provided. But I guess my question was it just a drafting error that the additional $300 million that in your wisdom you recognize the need for in the spring, just a drafting error that has disappeared? Or was that an intentional decision to remove that additional $300 million that you provided in the spring in HEROES 1 from this version that sits with us today in HEROES 2?
Well, let me say, I appreciate your comment because you probably know I've been a supporter for the last 32 years of COPS funding. And I know for sure that the COPS funding is in the original HEROES Act the House passed 4 months ago. So if in fact there was some negotiation to get to the lower funding level, and this had to be trimmed, you could be sure I am listening to what you're saying, and I hope we can address it immediately. So I thank you very much because my whole career, even when I was in the state level, was focused on community policing. I think it's the way to deal with crime, to deal with kids who are having tough times. So I thank you for addressing this. I know it was in the original HEROES Act passed 4 months ago. Maybe you should have supported that. Did you vote for that?
I assure you that whatever negotiation took it out was not negotiation with me or Republicans that took it out. But I appreciate your candor, and I appreciate your multi-decade support for the program. Madam Chair, thank you very much for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Lowy for her testimony, and you're now excused. Are there any other members who wish to testify on the HEROES 2 Act? Seeing none, this will close the hearing, and without objection, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.
1. The Rules Committee will come to order. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate amendments to H.R. 925, the America's Conservation Enhancement Act. The rule makes and order a single motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House, 1, concur in the Senate amendment to the title, and 2, concur in the Senate amendment to the text with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-66. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that it shall not be subject to a question of consideration or demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the Senate amendments and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides 2 hours debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations.
You heard the motion of the gentleman from New York. Are there any amendments or discussion? Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think you probably won't be surprised to hear that, on our side of the aisle, we find this a very objectionable exercise. The bill has not been through any committee, any markup, had any amendments whatsoever, or frankly, any Republican input. And consequently, that means it's not going to pass. Earlier today, one of our colleagues made the point correctly, that there's no such thing as a perfect bill. That's absolutely true. But there is a difference between bills that are passable and bills that are not. And this bill in its current form is going to die in the United States Senate, would never reach the president's desk, and would almost certainly be vetoed if it did. So I would hope that we take the opportunity, because we know there's lots of areas of agreement here. We heard that actually from both the chairman and the ranking member. And I think if we allowed amendments on the floor, we might have the opportunity to actually recraft this bill into something that might be more acceptable to the Senate and might ultimately get there. So for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I would offer an amendment making this an open rule with respect
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Hearing none. The question is now on the motion offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The chair, the ayes really have it.
Mr. Chairman, we heard it differently, so we'd like to have a recorded vote on that.
All right, recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres?
Aye.
Mrs. Torres? Aye. Mr. Perlmutter?
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter? Aye. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin? Aye. Miss Scanlon?
Aye.
Miss Scanlon? Aye. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli? Aye. Miss Shalala?
Aye.
Miss Shalala? Aye. Miss Matsui? Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Lesko?
No.
Mrs. Lesko? No. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Clerk, report the total.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, I will manage it for the majority.
And Mr. Chairman, I will manage it for the Republicans.
And I think we are doing this like as soon as the vote is over. So, okay. So without objection, the committee is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, so let's get that thing ready to file. Good work.